Hey, my darlings. This has been quite the emotional journey for me. It is. At last, at the end. No more walking. Time to end that walking. I am returned, thanks to you. But we still have work to do if we're able to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me your greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more, I will fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course! So long as you desire it and take the first step, there's absolutely no limit. Just so you know, Elita, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who'll need to keep up, it's Estinian. I'm not joking. Both Alphanad and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you'd better watch out, or else you'll find yourself in my wake. Emmett Selk and Hythlodeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine and Alize's shall live on here. The hope that you will find happiness at journey's end. Let us go, Elita, and see this tale to its conclusion. As Alphanod says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet here we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give voice. While you were in Elpis, I understand that people assumed you were familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amrot regarded as children. As people, albeit naive and immature. This discrepancy I posit is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us even if only subconsciously. With Emmett Selk gone, we may never learn the truth, but I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Thus far, we've encountered creations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds to whom fall Meteon to bear witness. Rolling with torment, the dead sun is forsooth Oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as this vista doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as e'er we have, and find our way unto victory. It seems our arms and armour are in order, as are our persons. That we have each other. We only finish what we came here to do. Avert the end. For Minfilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. So, when the moment of reckoning is finally upon us, I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine that it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose. In journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, aye, but as you can guess, I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than words. My lance is yours.
I stand ever ready.
I want to be boy. Come.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
I will free you from this despair. I will bring you out of it.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Why do you ask such a question? Do you see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured into the lands above the barren flame and iron, toppling any who dare oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. felt himself happy.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, then came the sickness. Our undoing and the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the painful path into nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Sith the very affliction warps the very bones.
Those who lived are fester. Those who died hate.
Allow me. special for you. Allow me.
Telling that medium would cause their suffering in such detail.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
Such wanton destruction.
Allow me.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
That other world that these greet us with their presence is a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us. inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the Star and its once myriad nations. The wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Not everyone would have abandoned hope, I know it.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Allow me.
We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as the other potential threats to peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that the singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, included us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Was this meant to bring an end to the war? Resuming peace protocol, all life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace and perpetuality. excellent mechanic. I was expecting the circular ones to go off in order that they appear. I didn't expect a sudden, oh look, they're all gonna fire, and then... I didn't expect it to be straight lines. I was thinking it was gonna be like blast radius kind of thing. Of course now I know.
Hold still. Allow me.
Away with you!
Hold still.
I will not hold back!
Peace to exterminating its creators. Peacekeeper indeed.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer. never still existed a star without strife.
They came from that haunted.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Curious traveller of Elita Star, a bird which proffers these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could not find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and our nescience brought purpose, struggled to justify one's own worth. That was of course before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor birds could not accept the truth. They asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
crazy. These people just wanted death. What strange peoples.
Hold still.
There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves making a worthy path, our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity, there is naught left to question. We are infinity, constricted by the finite, but no more, for Allah shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. What a fun people. I will save you, Mityan. I promise. This looks like they've got a drooly mouth. Ooh. Cool. No, how could they?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light. its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Something special for you.
I have you now.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
That was bullshit. I was in the right position. I understood the mechanic, the game thought I was a fraction too late for some reason. I know how to dodge that mechanic. I just look at the little arrows in the ground that say which way the butterflies are facing. It's not my fault it took me a fraction of a second longer to realise that then. The problem with server-based games, where server lag actually kills you. Because it snapshots you at the previous location instead of the location that you're actually at.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Look at them there!
Allow me.
Damn it. I couldn't figure out how to get out of that one. That time was actually due to me not figuring out the stuff. Now my brain is trying to figure out how to figure out the order.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
I will not hold back!
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Let's give them a show! You know.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Hold still.
I have you now. Away with you! I have you now.
Allow me.
You underestimate me!
Oh shit! Damn it, I never noticed it was using that attack. And I still messed up the prancing. Round 4.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
The kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Something special to you.
I can't avoid this one. I can avoid them if I do it in a circular pattern, but not if I do it in
In its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
No, I'm the one with the loving face. increasingly now realize you're what drives her. They attain paradise and... You still there? They attain paradise and yet it proved their unmaking. Not at all what I expected. A calamity of disease or war I can understand, but paradise? A great dread nigh beyond description, yet hangeth in the air. I shudder to think how many more worlds she watched for. I am no stranger to despair. I would not be here with you otherwise. However deep is despair, we cannot give up.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living curse the present and lament the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Seven hells! On your guard!
The rage. It rises. Rises. In suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends. Oriange, watch out! Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Oh dear!
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Graha. My protector.
All awash in us, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
You gifted them escape.
Yes, they're my friends. I will not let you have them.
And rendered yourself powerless.
I am far from powerless. I have them within my heart, within my soul. I carry their strength with me.
Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I I sought something in you once, as you did in me.
Seen us?
When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift.
Cryle?
In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I don't want your help.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion. never reach the deliverance you seek.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again. A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars. soon the end. Same end, again and again. There is no happiness in life. There is only one place it may be found.
It's difficult to keep track of this planet. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No light, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better. If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Thanks, Cassie. Meteon.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain.
I want to give you a hug.
We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter.
Will you be my friend?
I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for, what gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them, then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do.
No, don't fall forever silent. Please, don't die.
No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen.
I want to save you.
But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
Come with me. You don't have to disappear.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this place.
So you would still play the hero? No matter. In acceptance, you betray your deception. You know full well what we are and what we seek. To shine incandescent in death's shadow.
Before we fight. There. I don't think we've had one of those before.
Nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and leave to mine! Ha! Still fighting you, I see! vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power. For the taking! Mine for the taking! Of your reflexes! A test of your reflexes! Of your reflexes! Mine for the taking! For the taking! Ah, my soul! How it burns! The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude. A test of your reflexes. I have you. Mine for the taking! Mine for the taking! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude. No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall! This is my moment! Our moment!
happy now?
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Wait, where did that come from?
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Graham?
And
Please.
It's alright, I'm still alive. I'm still here.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Hey, Elita.
Are you with us?
Hey, Alpinal. I'll be fine.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
I'm not gonna go down that easy. Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this! When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came! And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life! Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, Elisa. My dear friend.
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
I could do with a hand.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
Is that? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Hurrah! Yes!
Welcome home, everyone!
Like, damn, the speed those Lalafels go at. as much as there's probably a lot of nice pictures to go through, I know that the credits of Final Fantasy XIV are really, really long, and I do not want to sit for 4 hours and watch the credits. I can only have fast or slow credits. Oh, that's a nice picture. Hey!
Dearest Mother, dearest Father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Go on, Elita, don't miss this chance to say a word to each of your friends. After all you've been through together, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. I could scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completing was both an honour and a privilege. As for myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limsa Lominsa for now. And once I get there, my first order of business will be a drowning a pint or a 3 at the drowning wench. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my skills, that I might one day be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Argamus means to visit Limsa Lominsa, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we meet again, but please take care of yourself. 'Tis a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to Galdermont instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous wandering minstrel, but I thought I might share with the Guardians the tale of your epic deeds. Extend to them an olive branch of song, if you will. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eosia comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I'll see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. Ah, our champion and saviour. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magic or no, I'm impressed with how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Nareen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems, that go unattended by nations. We will do our best out there, where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering, when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. But never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Elita. I have a question for you. And imagine Minfilia herself as asking, are you glad you joined the Scions? There's never been a dull moment, that's for certain. That's one way of putting it. In many ways, the experience has left us far stronger than when we began. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune-teller in the bargain. In case you've not heard, the Wakened Sands will be converted into a warehouse. We'll be keeping the place free of rats and cobwebs so it can still serve as an outpost should the need arise. Concerning Tatu's ambitions, however, I'd not be surprised if she claimed a lot for her budding empire. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. What? I thought you adventurers had any number of ways to earn coin. And though the Skyans made a mode of operations has changed, we should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Empyrean district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hannish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Mithion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life has begun to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlene, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlene if they wish, to work and study. Vitra was always a satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well, one who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favourably of dragons of late. Not long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it is clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vita's kin sought release from conflict, so weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they sundered to oblivion. But Midgar Sommer did not give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And through his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men. There were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lands I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Word has it a false deity born on the Tower of Zot had survived, and occasionally appears to terrorize the locals. Those who vanquish the being and present proof in Rezat's hand will receive a handsome reward, though handsome isn't the word I would use to describe such an outlandish garb. But while I'm in Thavnir, perhaps I will acquire a set and send to Armeric in lieu of an answer to his job offer. Let him stand guard thus attired, and be the talk of Imperium, if not all Korthas. I am so glad I was able to be here in this moment. You know, it's considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized it's time I found my own way in life, otherwise I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurer's Guild and the Archer's Guild. I will do my very best to brush up my skills before I see you again. We may have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss! To think I was blessed with a chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. But now that Ocker has decided to set foot without his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. I am so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here. I was so relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic, that I could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Ishgard to learn more about Charlayan astrology. I must follow Ocker's lead and continue to hone my skills. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminisce. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can easily be recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts. The history of Aetherius and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject in my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given in shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it's invariably moulded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Through history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that in writing an account of my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect on those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavour to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It'll be less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Lise came to visit the other day. She peppered me with questions about the lasting repercussions of the final days. I took the opportunity to explain our plans to disband, and she understood our reasoning immediately. Once a scion, always a scion, it would seem. She was eager to relive old times and remember old friends, bittersweet memories mayhap. But from the look on her face, the joys outweighed the sorrows. Far too much blood has been spilt, and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something, to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that their job is over, of course, far from it. There is much that remains to be done, before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. We expect that the tensions between the Garleons and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it were yesterday. To think how far we have all come since then. Even now I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat, of a friendly nature of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the Warrior of Light at present, I shall continue to train diligently, that one day you might consider me an equal. Oh, Elita, might you have a moment to talk? With the Scions stepping away from public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavours I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Gala for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never have set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would never have met you, never have become caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way onto our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise, to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall them in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? While 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams, in the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavour. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. Heh, I'll hold you to that. As much as we've already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveller awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Whenever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. By the way, have you spoken with Faol of late? Some days ago they appeared to me in a dream. Of the sleeping persuasion, that is. All is well on the first, they bade me tell you. When I asked why not tell you themselves, they unleashed giant ravenous beavers upon me. Have you perchance done something to incur their ire? Arnvald has been pressing matters according to him anyway. A pity we couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, once the Scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Valker's Reach. I suppose Arvinal will need support in Gurbanya too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he will have my help whether he wants it or not. Feels a little strange now as me link pearl's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm going to become an adventurer like you, travelling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Mercuria, or the New World, or find myself a ship first. Oh, Elita, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Zenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlene, I was truly torn, as ever there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must, and will, do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldessian. Through our work, Charlene will strengthen its ties with the other nations, that we may better prepare to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us dangerous locales, and we need to call up unseasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel a lure for the task itself. Of course. Marvellous. Should anything of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out for you. Until that day, I shall endeavour to become a more dependable comrade. Oh, I should mention that Erenville has kindly agreed to share aught of potential interest he hears from his potential gleaners. In exchange, we will help them to restore the archives to their proper order. With the Exodus abandoned, all items must be returned whence they came, a task no less grueling than their removal. Even now, Ojika insists on sorting the arcane artifacts. Oh yes, not only is he a skilled administrator, he's also a certified appraiser specializing in relics from the 5th Astral Era. Despite his qualifications, though, he seems none too keen on his work. I shall have to go and relieve him as soon as I can. Oh, Elita. Pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth I will endeavour to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlene. Both Alize and I are off to assist with Galamad's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsebard contingent, still stationed there. Lucy and Maxima helm the relief effort. With support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the temper to cross the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucina and her sister. That's the burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we might better help them begin anew. I'll visit when I can. By all means. Full glad I would be for your visit, and I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly as long as I've been in the Orzia, you've been by my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing, and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Elita, from the bottom of my heart. I've been keeping Arenvald abreast of the situation in letters, but unfortunately he could not be here today. When it's convenient for both of us, we should pay him a visit. Elita, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding Bounty, where the sky had first begun to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was near in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlene too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphinaud. They were among the worst affected, and still need the help of all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier though. That'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph, and the accompanying determined expression. even though that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? You asked for it, so you'd better watch out. Oh yes. The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Did I forget to mention anything? Ah yes, the Hanish envoy who came to see Estinian also bore a letter from Matsia. He writes that Mevan and Korosav's little girl is doing well, and he often goes to visit her. It won't be easy growing up without her parents, but with her fellow villagers watching over her, I dare to hope she won't want for warmth as she grows up. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot spring tour with my dear friend here, Homer. There has been naught but chaos since the Tephra first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days. Yet we have weathered it all, and lived to see the sunrise a new day. And now the peace is returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps I will go to Gudgani, to relax in the Buskin hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Naxia via Toma. Elita, thou hast spoken with our comrades? Though this parting may be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavour indeed. For their part, however, the Loprites embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cradle of Loprites hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Heidelin, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star, and 'tis Vena's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most cleanly for their long labours to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man results in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance, and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. Aye. I would be honoured should they consider me a friend. For it is certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Ofttimes hath thy reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet, here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss, or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. I understand that, following thy clash with Dinos, the teleportation device thou had discarded fell to thee from on high. To return to thee in such a manner, I did confer with Wolfsome and Bluftwada, yet they insist the device was possessed with no such capability. 'Twas a miracle befitting the nature of that place, where emotion becometh tangible reality. Whence then arose this timely wonder? Thine ardent wish, or another's fervent prayer? Xenos? Did you... Yes. You're the one who sent me home, weren't you? Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then? Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Draconia. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loperids. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right. Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
I think I may go seek out a little bird. Yet stand tall, my friend, our journey will never end.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
As panic-stricken Laura breathes is desperate for the aid of an able-bodied adventurer. Elita, oh thank goodness you're here. It's absolutely terrible. Awful. An emergency of cataclysmic proportions. What is it? I don't know exactly. They didn't say. But it doesn't sound simply dreadful. What I do know is Bullingway has been after you. And he said if I happen to see you, I should tell you to hurry up into Kinoya Knolls with all haste. Oh, what are you standing around waiting here for? Away with you! Whatever the problem is, it sounds absolutely dreadful. I'm afraid you have to speak with Bullingway for the nub of this carrot. Nejimi nods at you as if she was expecting your arrival. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew at this very spot I would encounter none other than Elita, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for... well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I am Nejimi, assistant to Professor Claudian. We work with the Altioscope to serve the Ethereal Sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we recently discovered, for instance, defies our very conjecture. We've been to the centre of the star and beyond it. However, so we hope that you have seen everything this crystal. We academics do not. I beg you lend your well-travelled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Jammingway is in need of your brains and brawn, most of the latter. Elita? You are Elita, yes? Oh, thank you so much for coming. In truth, I've been searching all over for you. You see, there's a most pressing matter for which I could use your wisdom and expertise. Oh, but we haven't actually been introduced yet, have we? The name's Jammingway. I had the honour of serving as the communications officer aboard the Ragnarok. So anyhow, and to the matter I spoke of, it began the other day when my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to send a reconnaissance probe to Ultima Thule to investigate the environs. Imagine my surprise when the robotic fiend responded just a short while ago with the most urgent and dire distress signal. A distress signal from Ultima Thule? Now, even after you and your companions mercifully put an end to the threat of the final days, surely this intrigues and worries you as much as it does me. I was just about to venture there to investigate further, but there's no telling what dangers might await, and I am a communications officer, not an adventurer. Please join me at Thomason, so we may boldly go where you have gone before. Others feeling the effects from the forum's proclamation. "'Tis good to see you, Elita. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Skull world has been in uproar since the forum announced their plans for mass exodus. To think that we may well step foot on the very moon. We expected that once word got out, we might receive more requests for lunar samples than was previously considered acceptable. What we did not expect was a veritable deluge of absurdity unleashed upon us. We've designated the most mind-boggling requests senior bills. At this point, any assistance you can provide will be more than welcome." Jessica's in the middle of organising the latest offerings. Why don't you speak with her to get a better idea of what to expect? Aye, I heard of your conversation. These ears aren't just for show. As for what plagues me at the moment, here we are. Belvedere, both in black over wars and their senior bills, and source of many. Belvedere is a highly esteemed scholar of mythological studies. He has a pet theory that creatures described in myths can be traced to those that once existed in ancient times. Simply put, he requests examples from ancient organisms which need not remind you no longer exist. The audacity! Are we meant to travel through time for him? And there you have it. Take a look for the guild ship and hunt board. And if there's anything, and I mean anything at all, that you think you can handle, please do. You're our only hope. North does thoroughly impressed with your ability to rise to any occasion. To think that you, Elita, have travelled to the very edge of creation, there to confront Thalic knows what, yet you still seek the strangeness of our hunt, Vils. You truly are one of a kind. Some would call you brave, some reckless, but my guess is that you're simply do what needs to be done. In any case, we certainly have a few hunts that call for cavalier heroics, and you're welcome to them. Frankly, I can't believe I didn't think to offer them to you sooner. You'll recognise the term elite marks, I'm sure. As ever, ours tend towards the bizarre, but don't take my word for it, ask Jessica. Jessica will fill you on the rest, won't you? Jessica? I know you're listening. This has become quite the pattern, eh? One would almost think Northstar prefers to leave all the explained to me. A conversation for another time, perhaps. You want to know more about the elite marks, eh? You're the gleaner extraordinary who's made their way to the very summit of the heavens, are you not? My word! All our most tiresome, that is to say, look how many of our esteemed clients have gathered here at once. Yes, and what of it? Considering the importance of my work and the snail's pace at which you're fulfilling my requests, it should come at no surprise that I have personally come to insist that they are handled with utmost urgency. Now, in order to completely validate my theories and protect them from any further impugnations, I have need of your talents. I require more samples to prove that the moon, and indeed the stars beyond, are teeming with life. Wait just a moment. My research in comparative mythology is on the verge of changing our understanding of life as we know it. Indeed, samples of ancient organisms have never been of greater necessity. What nonsense. Surely the requests made by the various departments of the studium come first. Our pupils are the lifeblood and the future of Charlene, and we must needs provide them with our hands-on instruction for the classification of species from both Thavnir and Garlemald. Pardon me, but we researchers are also in great need of services. We have a mountain of requests relating to Labyrinthios as fiercer specimens in the queue. Labyrinthios? Surely you jest. We have a talented individual here capable of exploring environments unlike any known to man, and you would have her go to Labyrinthios? I will not stand for it, not when myriad discoveries await in the field of xenobiology. Enough! Can't you lot see that you're putting Elita, the bind you're putting Elita in? She will decide for herself what to prioritize. Thank you very much. Rest assured that each and every one of your requests have been accounted for. Now off you go! Shoo! Shoo! I do apologize for my colleague's behaviour. Should you be interested in learning more about our requests, pray find us in the Aetheryte Plaza. Heavens, I'm sure they mean well, after a fashion, but I would consider a personal favour if they learn to be a bit less demanding, or perhaps that more than a bit. Anyhow, they will doubtless find it in themselves to behave if it means that they'll get their precious samples. If you're keen to learn more about elite marks, don't hesitate to make use of them. For our part, we're counting on you, so best of luck out there, Elita. You're now committed. Yay. Watching the Ragnarok come into view, tiny as it was, that was the moment we knew we had a future. The final days had come and gone, and yet here we stand. Who should stand before me but the saviour of the very star, the inimitable Ender of the end? Your deeds are sung of far and wide, my friend. As I understand it, your quest for the world's salvation brought you to Charlian. I too am here on a quest of sorts, the quest for musical inspiration. Alas, magnificent though this repository of knowledge may be, I find there is only so much inspiration I can derive from tomes. But where tomes alone fail to inspire, living words may yet spark the imagination. So I beg you, will you not regale with me the tale of your epic quest to deliver the star? If such an adventure isn't to be epic, I would know what is. Drawing upon both your first-hand account and the knowledge I attain here, I believe that I shall be able to weave the most marvellous of verses. Should you be willing, pray let me know. I shall continue my research here in the meantime. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Oh, what manner of thrill and adventure might this be? Good gods, a battle on the moon with Zodiark, eldest and mightiest of primals? I pride myself on my imagination, but your feats transcend aught my mind could possibly conceive. Against all odds you struck down the puissant being, yet triumph quickly turned to tragedy, for Zodiac's fall proved to be the trigger for the final days. Yes, the words well up within me. Pray lend them an ear. Born of ancient men, a divinity was freed, their hopes unrequited, they knew no reprieve. Born of mortal men, a champion did arise, ascending to the heavens, ruination to defy. What the ancients should sacrifice half their number to save their star, the strength of their resolve makes me tremble in admiration. Even as it saddened me to think that one of their own would seek to lay it all to waste, so deep was his despair. Not having lived their lives, I feel decidedly worthy to speak of their hearts. Better that the whole truth remain with you, and you alone. Let it suffice for me to honour a fragment of their hopes and dreams in song, that their lives and sacrifice may ever be remembered. Greetings, my friend. If you have tales to share, this minstrel is all ears. This promises to be a most rousing adventure. In order to prove your readiness to avert the Inferno days, you undertook a trial imposed by no less a being than the Will of the Star, Hydaelyn herself. It staggers to mind to imagine such an encounter, to say naught of the thousands of years that Vina had struggled as resolved to wait. Yes, I dare say I have a song. You will listen to it now, of course. Though aeons apart, two kindred souls met. Apart they would walk, all life to protect. Aeons thence, their paths would converge, as goddess immortal, to silence the dirge. From time beyond counting, Hydaelyn waited for you in patience and faith, and when at last you were reunited, even as she desperately wished for you to surpass her, she knew she could not hold back, and did not. Hers was an unenviable burden, and a noble sacrifice. Tears well in my eyes to imagine the hardships she has had to endure. But it comforts me to know that her long journey was not in vain, that her hopes passed on to you. This tale is an epic among epics, and full honoured am I to have been given a chance to weave a song from it. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. As I live and breathe, it really is you. I assume Neji was simply attempting to pull one over me, as it were. Perhaps I should pay more heed to her wild claims. Welcome, welcome. We appreciate any insight you can provide on the matter with the crystal. Professor Claudin will share the particulars with you. Greetings, Elita, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nejimi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself, personally. I am Claudin, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I have been nervous about this meeting ever since Nejimi set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honour than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell a tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the antitower in the Draconian hinterlands. There we spoke with Hydaelyn and learned of the fate that would befall the star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthus, and through the Eltioscope we did continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals, by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Here is the crystal in question. It resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree. Please say so. I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please tell me everything. I see. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifesting crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storage stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon convocation of 14. Unlike the crystal in Elita's story, this one does not bear the mark of convocation. Who, then, could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Professor Claudien. Huh? Yes? I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to a breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. If anyone, message, come, pandemonium, please. Faces, grave, threat, star, in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandemonium? It is not a word I've heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is, in fact, bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nejimi, Roseneld, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are any more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Elita, there's a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us this crystal could very well be made upon one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Thank you. For the time being, should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out should you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again to share our findings. Pray journey to the past and ascertain the severity of the threat. Keep the crystal for now. Until we find a way to listen to its messages, it will do more good in your hands than ours. From this moment on, our objective will be to fill every cranny of this place with crystals. Surely the Gleaners won't mind braving a few haunted battlefields for the right price. For Professor Claudian, I would burn the candle on both ends, or rather will. First I must find the historical documents he requested, and then... what was I meant to do again? Welcome, my lady. If you wish to go to the Oculus, I should be glad to escort you. If receives this message. Come, Pandemonium, quickly. Oh, I made it to the past. A bit more bumpy than my previous excursion. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now such a notion is preposterous. She told me a fallen star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up to this moment. You certainly do know how to make the entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know for that matter. I'm familiar. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you are here at Asim's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate Pandemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an common occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium. The faculty extends beneath Alps and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what to do next? Themis is eager to commence the investigation into Pandemonium. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural we would investigate it together. However, she eventually decided it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organisation were seen poking their heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints at what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say, I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anganoris. I sent request for permission before setting forth to Elpis. With luck we shall not be waiting long. What a fascinating etheric signature. Ahem. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now that was a painless process. I take this as a sign we were meant to conduct our investigation together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders, or their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip up their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a composition arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from here. Then I take it that means you've detected nothing amiss of late. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in the ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there were anything worth worrying about. I see. Then it appears La Habrea is being kept well abreast of the going on here then. I hope I am not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Know him. We've met. As a mere familiar, we'd have the honour to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so he must be extraordinary indeed to have been granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the Convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way into Pandemonium. The noose that will take us there is on the eastern bank of the Leaf. Let us delay no further. Pandemonium can be reached via the noose on the island in the northeast. I suggest you hurry before your companion leaves you behind. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secret will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else, why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits for a moment that I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave as a portent I imagined. Alas, 'twas fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of named chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could from the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be seek that one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it. But let us at least be grateful that neither of us here are alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceful solution, then I hope I can rely on your strength to see us through. Of course, you have my promise. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight by your side. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you a formidable band nonetheless. Then, so shall it be. Now, what, I wonder, awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls? I cannot say for sure what awaits us. Let us make ready for the worst, and we shall not be taken by surprise. Damn, I don't even meet the minimum item requirements. Oh yeah, I should have probably ended my broadcast. Right, take care, my darlings. Bye for now.